Auto shadow bot. Is it going to use developers.stream eagle? You get the first message and response of the day, even before we start the stream. Even before I turn down the music. I'm still trying to catch my breath because I ran upstairs to get some more water. I'll show up on screen soon. Here we go. Oh. Oosh. Okay. Hello, 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 and welcome to another One Lion of Code. I am One Lion, and you are all amazing. Thank you so much for being here. Happy Thursday to you. I hope you're having a fantastic week so far. Mine has been busy, of course, but overall good. So I'm going to hop into the desktop right away, straight away, to continue doing some work. So where we left off on yesterday's stream was I was trying to get the lab data upload utility working correctly on production. There were just some database things. I needed to copy over some files from the test server because they didn't want to recreate them in production. They just wanted to redo it or wanted to have the database records copied over. So that was successful. But then running the actual application did not show the templates, the user-defined templates that I copied over, and it was really weird. It was super weird. Oh, speaking of weird, archery, refresh, connect, and join chat. Come on. Come on. Please. Oh my gosh, shimasu. You're so close to working. Just work. Please. Please just work. Hold on. Do you like this song? I hope you liked it. I made it myself. Hey, look, the secrets file is open. Isn't that scary? Oof. Okay, what do we have on this computer? We have a lot of regenerated CSS. Let's stage those. Let's stop this. And none of them were actual changes. Make sure we're at latest main. We are. So I'm going to run the bot. CD laser web app, now watch app. I want it to open over there, please. Move this off the screen. Are we good? Are we good? Let's refresh the 7231 port version. Let us zoom out, connect to Twitch. Lion, join on channel add. Come on. Right. And also on this screen, there's so much to do to set up for a stream. Hello, TBD. I hope it's getting better. Did Did it work? Did you make any progress? And of course, there is no requirement for you to respond if you're still super busy. Lab on 7890. Good, 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 and good. All right, everything should be good. I wish everything is on the floor in pieces, but it's fine. Everything's fine. Shout out to TBD Gamer with the clip. Since we haven't been able to see him stream for the past couple of days because of things going awry, not the way he was expecting, but we have faith and we believe that you're going to get it all taken care of. It's going to be amazing. Let's do a clip shout out with an actual shout out to follow. Pow.
Knowing how to use Google is just one part of the skill
Yes, we
set,
can.
right? Well, people do believe it. Like they've, that imposter syndrome is made worse, especially if you believe that, where you believe.
Oh, absolutely.
Part of being a good programmer is being able to know it all, right? If you're taught that, or people make you think that way, then that's the way you're gonna go.
He's not wrong. He is not wrong. So check out TBD Gamer. He's a .NET developer. You can see him working with some really cool technologies like Kafka, Rapid Message Queue. There's lots of .NET stuff. Containers, Kubernetes, just all the things. He does all of the things. Dang it. I did not start my... I did not do the correct process to get Restream to reroute the chats correctly. Mother pieces of falcons. I was a little busy this morning, okay? I had a million things that I needed to do before the stream. And then after the stream, after I got started is when I realized. Okay, but just to catch up on chat, Eagle said at the very beginning, I'm making an auto shout out bot. And I was like, are you going to use developers.stream for it? Developers.stream. When the API is created and exposed, because that will be cool. Then TVD said good day. I almost said good morning. Good day. I wish everything is on the floor in pieces, but it's fine. Combined with work, Liquid Sky is the least of my stresses. So developers.stream is another project that TVD works on. It's the open source one that he does with the community on his stream Mondays and Fridays. He does Liquid Sky on Tuesdays through Thursdays, except when it's completely broken and he needs to buckle down and try to get it fixed in the midst of doing his normal day job, in the midst of life, which is usually an interesting thing to juggle when you have so many interests and things you want to get done. But yeah. Eagle says TBD is sped up with the UI changes he has to make because of me. I don't think it's because of you. I think he's still choosing to make those changes because of the feedback he got back from AAOA based off of your recommendation to go see AAOA. But I still don't think it's because of you, unless you want to take credit for, if you're saying it in a negative way, if you want to take credit for making someone feel bad, then please feel free to do so elsewhere. So TBD said, I looked up what it would cost to get Liquid Sky into the cloud. At best, it's about $200 per month or per minute. What's the M? It's a lowercase m. So the lowercase m when you're doing two-string stuff for time is minute. That'd be insane. $200 per minute. Eagle or TBD says to Eagle, "No, that's the best thing to happen in the last 2 weeks." Jeez. Then Eagle said, "Really? We need to add some more good things then." TBD then said to Eagle, "I hated every minute of playing with CSS, but the end result was a more consistent design. I think it was worth it." Awesome. And Eagle says, I'm jokingly blaming myself. Of course you are. I'm wearing this shirt. That's why I'm being extra. Sorry. Not sorry. Okay. So as I was saying at the top, where we left off on yesterday's stream was trying to get everything for the lab data upload to go to production. It is now in production. All of the files and records were created that needed to be created from test. They are now moved over to production, except getting the new IDs from production, the correct chain of custody IDs. The person that I was communicating with yesterday is going to do the remainder of the STRAC portion of that, which is to post it to the lab for them to input all the things. You know, man, I got so many good words today. I'm finishing my sentences. I'm talking like I'm actually coherent when I'm not. I don't know what's been going on, but I've been getting a lot of headaches lately, and this time it's not because of caffeine. Because I only had my regular amount of caffeine again, and I've only ever had like one extra cup of caffeine. So anyway, woohoo! Awesome. Automated Realms responded. So Automated Realms is stuck on Community Day. I really just need to take that little bit out of the instructions because it's like every day is Community Day. Every day. And I'm like, you're going to get the date as part of the message that's sent to you. So make sure you know what day of the week it is. And only talk about Community Day on Community Day. Okay, so Eagle said to Automated Realms, so can I get info about the streamers to use in shoutout messages with this? Absolutely. Feel free to ask about streamers you'd like me to feature in your shoutout messages. It's gonna lie to you. No, I have another theory on this. It's for fun. You do not have to agree with any of it. Take it with a light heart, pretty please. But I'll tell you in a second. First of all, TBD says that's the plan, Eagle. A blurb they provide and tags. Check out the repo. If you have ideas, let me know. Eagle says currently I'm turning checkout at name, subject, tense, streaming, game, go give object to follow a follow into checkout one line. He is streaming software and game development. Give him a follow. And past tense because I don't have the broadcast status updates yet. So developers.stream will be at a point where it's pretty much a directory of people who have registered themselves as a developer that streams on various platforms. And the plan seems to be to empty. The plan seems to be to expose an API endpoint for it so that you can say, this person just spoke in my chat. Look them up, for the first time because you don't want to do this over and over and over for every single message. This person just spoke in my chat. Let's do a query to the API and say, is this person in the directory of people who stream, of developers who stream? If so, do they stream on Twitch? If so, do a shout out for them, kind of thing, and get their blurb for what they stream, what they work on, etc. So you'll register yourself as a developer who streams and put in that information. You can add tags, you can add a short blurb, the platforms that you stream on, and all of those types of things. It'll be great. It'll be grand. It'll be fantastic. But like you said, check out the GitHub repo, which you could see in the message that Automated Realms responded with. Okay. So Eagle also said, by the way, please add the dark reader block header meta tag. The site is completely unreadable. I have to turn off dark reader. For developers.stream, it's not published yet. It's not ready yet. The thing that's in there is what he worked on a million years ago. like the first or second iteration of it. So he hasn't even published yet. This is a project he's picking back up, I should say. And then Eagle says, if the API provides a sales pitch for why everyone should follow them, it would be a great asset to add into my bot for sure. The sales pitch would be the description the person writes for themselves, because I don't want a sales pitch for my stream personally. If I were going to register myself on it, I would just say, this is what I do. If you feel like it, come check me out. If you don't like this content, skip me. But I won't say the last part. It's just I'll invite people, but I won't try to sell them my stream. I don't want to do that. It is not a sales pitch, though. It's reframed from my point of view to be an invitation. Yes. Hi, DC Aggie. Mao, indeed. Indeed. You have to understand, I have introverted feeling in my 3-year-old slot, in my toddler. So I'm still developing it. And there's still a lot of things that just don't feel good to me. So what I was saying earlier, thank you, TBD. What I was saying earlier is that yesterday we left off with getting the lab data upload working. So today we are finally going to be able to get back to RTRAC, and the things that I have done in RTRAC over the past week since we last touched it are more to do with the database and with getting the stored procedures converted over to C# methods. That's not going so well. There are a lot of stored procedures, and there are a lot of things that are represented in the stored procedure that if you translate them directly to C#, you are going to end up with a mess. I mean, you can see that already happening with, for example, the records check helper, not compare TRNs, the actual record check process. Anyway, the point is that we do a lot of requerying the database for the same records multiple times, iterating through every single one of the records to check one element, move on to the next thing, iterate or do the same queries for them, iterate through all of the records, do a check on them, and for one thing. And it's very inefficient to do it this way. So what we've noticed because of that is that the amount of time it takes for it to complete the record check in the current deployed version that uses the stored procedures. This is a .NET Framework application, so the way that it does the login is that it actually takes the user that is typing in their username and password and uses that as the username and password for the connection string that the server uses to connect to the database. So it's running as them. It's not doing a run as the service and then impersonate the logged in user like many apps would normally do. Instead, it will run the database connection, run the DB context as that user, which is still good because I mean it's a DB login, which means that any of the permissions and stuff are going to be tied to that user, so they can't do anything like access another database or do SQL queries like drop and stuff if they don't have right permissions to the database. So anyway, this uses the stored procedures to perform this process, and it comes back pretty fast. But if I'm using the app in its current state in this I'm going to say redesign, but I really mean re-implementation. Design is a loaded word because I'm not really doing very much design. I want to make sure that that's clear. I'm not focused on the UI at the moment. I'm focused on the functionality, as you do. And we are now lunching. Do the thing. Why you take so long? Okay. Do. Lunching. Yum. Yumberto. Oh, wait, this is actually going to go faster because it's a change that I made this morning. But this is how long it currently takes in the development version of the app. However, when I move this out of my face, when I tell, where is record check? Goodness grief. Right, it's because it's in the thing that calls this, which is the TRN service. Record check. Excuse me, we're looking for the method. Okay. Oh, there it was. Nope, just kidding. Oh, was that it? Nope. Perform records check. Okay, I think it's this one. I hope it's this one. Yeah, here we go. Okay, so in this performs record check, what I did was that I now have a use stored proc parameter that I'm defaulting to true that I'm just going to manually change for now. And that will, if I don't use the stored procedure, it will run my interpretation of the stored procedure as C#. And this is pretty much a 1-for-1 for the most part. And I think I mentioned this yesterday as well, but one of the issues that we have with these stored procedures is that they use SQL built-in stored procedures like isMember, for example, to find out if the user that is running the stored procedure is a member of a certain role, for example. And we don't, since we're running this now in .NET Framework Core or Entity Framework Core, we're logging in as the service account or as whatever login I'm providing in my secrets on the dev machine. And that is the user that will get the isMember run on it, which is incorrect. We should be getting whether the user is in role intermediate, final, or preliminary based off of what they have selected in this dropdown. So that's going to be fun. And hello, Sergeant Reaper. Do you have a Lonely Hearts band? Okay, so if we run it, oh, I didn't need to rerun. If we run it without using the stored procedure, then, oh my goodness, mouse, then this is how long it takes. I can grab a coffee while that happens. And again, this is all because of the whole iterating through the same list multiple times and doing requeries. And not only that, but we're getting different results back than we do using the original stored procedure logic. Which means that I didn't make it functionally the same, make the C# method functionally the same as the stored procedure. The only thing I don't like about trackballs. All right, but that's taken care of, so we're good. I will be Oh no. I will be distracted a little bit. I wasn't expecting this distraction, which is that for the solar panels, there are going to be some changes that need to be made with the application. They better let me know if it'll increase or decrease the price. But also, we are having our Thursday groceries being shopped a little later than usual. And then also after today's stream, I need to stop a little bit, even more before 1:30 than I tried to stop because my uncle is going to give me a call to have a chat. Okay, in regards to performance or slash algorithm or outcome, both. So it is much less performant because of it doesn't do execution plans. For example, I'm not surrounding everything with an execution plan. I am not reusing already queried objects for the most part. And it was just a terrible, I don't know what I did. This was so long ago that I have no idea how I ended up getting all of these stored procedures that are currently actually converted. Excuse me. But it's just bad. So instead, what I am going to do for now is for the ones that are underperformant. Oh, and then the outcome. So here is what we get from the code that I just wrote. You can see that there are 2 error descriptions. Points for the echo. Nice. There are 2. Wait, what? Is it that I'm pointing to maybe my dev database? Because like in the actual test version that uses the same stored procedure that I just called, it says the records check passed with no warnings at all. And here we have 2 errors, not even warnings. They are actual errors. Nani? Let me just see which database I'm pointing to in cigarettes. Cigarettes. Don't smoke. Don't do drugs. No, it's pointing to the test server. Yeah, this is another one of those instances where I don't know if maybe the stored procedure itself has a role check and it's doing different things based off of whether the currently logged in user has a specific role. But it's definitely giving us different results than what is on the test server currently, which is not as good. No es bueno. But it's okay. At least it runs without errors. So what happens if we do the chain of custody check? So this one doesn't take as long. If we did the chain of custody check for all of them, I should have had this open so that I could watch the waterfall. Okay, so that took somewhere around 7 seconds. And if we do it in test for the chain of custody check for the same records, dang, then it's like 2 seconds. Or not even 2 seconds, 2 milliseconds, 20 milliseconds, 40 milliseconds. Which one are you? 476 milliseconds. So a half second to run it on the test server. So what happens if I changed this one over to use the stored procedure instead. That would be this one here. And so we will say bool use as proc. Right. Then Ify Jus es proc. Suddenly I have a Spanish accent. No me preguntas por qué. Porque voy a decir, no sé. What? Okay, if we're going to use the stored procedure, then we will await that this thingy. Did I call the other one using SP? I think I called the other one using SP. So perform records check using sproc. Async. Sprol. With the same parameter, I wanted to say it in Spanish. Parameters. Paramitas. No, that is not saying it in Spanish. Return. Hello, Harish. Are you having a good day? I hope you're having a good day. I'm having a fun day. I'm having a fun day. All right. Why are there two? Aren't there three now? TBD greets Harish. Did I read all of chat, by the way? I think I did. Oh yeah, I know it's a placeholder page, but you promote to devs. Devs use dark reader. It's not that it's a placeholder page. It's just that it was a long time ago that he did it, and he hasn't updated it since. So I think he deserves a little bit of a leeway. What did I copy? I don't think I copied the right thing. Let's try this again. Okay, hold on. I'm confusing myself. Where in the world are we? Oh, wait, this was the right one because the thing that happened was I still need to query for the error listing. Right. I did copy the correct one. Mad man. I'm just going to copy. Oh, yeah, I'll copy that. I'm so lazy. Okay. No. We get this. Pasta. Okay. So, what we have here. Parameter 1, parameter 2. Oh. Eagle says, the message template is getting out of hand. Which message template? And then Harish says to TBD, and I used to have good conversations about Angular. As if he was finishing a sentence he started before times. Then Eagle says, by the way, if you want to see the chaos, I am live on the bot channel at AutoShoutBot. So you can definitely post the actual username of the channel. Is it like actually? You can post a link to the channel if you so feel like it. But I'm gonna keep working if that's okay. But if anyone else wants to check it out, then definitely check it out there. DC Aggie then says, it must be bug season. We found 3 giant roaches this week, and I just saw the 4th bug company truck in our HOA. Our guys come Friday. We have, and I'm kind of wanting to drop it, but I think you guys might remember when I had the people come to my door, and I don't know why I answered the door. It was probably another one of those situations where I was expecting someone else and they just happened to come by on that day when I was expecting someone else. And it was a pest control company and they were so flippin' pushy. I sent him away. He came back because that's what you do when you're hustling, right? You just keep pestering people until they give in and buy services and products they don't want. So anyway, it's still more of a hassle for me to cancel, but you too, TBD. Thank you so much for the lurkin. There is normal music, so don't open with audio. Yeah, it'll be fine, I think. So anyway, they were just so pushy. They pushed the service on me. I ended up getting it, and they do service quarterly, so every 3 months they come by and they spray the yard, spray around the house, the corners where the wasps are. They have an ant trap device thing, so it's been pretty nice. But at the same time, I'm just kind of like, we're killing so many things and we don't need to be. But anyway, so yeah, so TBD did say, have a great stream, Mr. Lion. It's meeting times, lurk. Cool. All right, so what is going on with this stored procedure? Why am I having so much trouble? Oh, it's working now. It just took a minute for it to register that the SP was there. DC Aggie says, move here. I promise anything crawling on the ground here needs to die. Yeah, I mean, it can be like that here. The worst, can I call it worse? Go away. The worst types of bugs we have, most dangerous ones, I guess, are brown recluses and black widows. I think black widows. Definitely brown recluses, though. But in arid Nevada, you got scorpions, snakes. I mean, I guess we have snakes, but I haven't really seen any. At the arsenal, though, oh my gosh. Like when I go to unlock the fence, or back when I used to drive in, I would need to get out of the car to unlock a fence that I drove through. Um, but you would need to always be on the lookout for rattlesnakes and other indigenous snakes of this area that are slightly poisonous, if not only painful bites. I did not enjoy that. Okay, I need to figure out what we need for this. And the thing that we need in order to call this stored procedure, the things that we need in order to call the, which stored procedure are we? Why do we not have the stored procedures name here? I know it's going to be COC check, but that really needs to have like what I have here, CSP underscore stored procedure name. Okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to bookmark this so that I can come back to it pretty easily. You can see the little gray dot. And we're going to find the perform records check. And you're not going to tell me either. What stored procedure is this replacing? Why didn't I write what stored procedure this is replacing? Come on, Pasberto, you've helped me out before. You've done a good job before. All right, we're gonna... We know that it's going to be a stored procedure that has CSP compared to STRAC. So... is this not the most recent? Oh, I know. It's in the database project. Are you the starting point? I might just need to go to the original app because, man, there's so many of these that are named very, very similarly that it's really, really hard to tell. So for example, we have record check stored procedure here. This might be the entry point for the COC compare. But I don't know that for sure, so let's go find out. One more to open. And by common, I mean like everywhere. Yeah, no thanks. Can I decline? I would like to say no. Opt out. Where is RTRAC original? I think it's called RTRAC web. Oh, it's just called RTRAC. That was bright. Hello, Frozen Fusion. I'm kidding. Hi, Frozen Fusion. How are you? You having a good day? I'm about to sneeze. I didn't sneeze. All right, so on the index page, on the record check page, we have compare TRNs. I don't like the way any of these are structured. So please forgive the mess. Just see if you can look past it. See if you can see, I think it was either DC Aggie or President, not sure, that was like, all I see is redhead, markdown, regex. I don't see code anymore. Fusion was taken and I had to add another letter, but I'll change it in 13 days. It's completely fine. Don't let me prevent you from having fun and enjoying yourself. Okay, record check, compare TRNs is where we need to go. So record check controller, compare TRNs. That's auto shoutbot. Compare. If it's a contrived and uncalled for matrix quote, reference, or pun, it's probably me. Yeah, it was probably you. But it wasn't uncalled for, so could have been president, not sure then. It was when you were joking. Well, it started with the uncalled. Well, again, I don't know if that was uncalled for. It started with me not following when you were joking about me talking about the matrix and the lab data upload and completely missed the deja vu glitch in the matrix thing. And then I finally caught it. And anyway, hi, Marcus. Marcus Voice Coder is here, who is also a strummer. Shout out Marcus Voice Coder, who has been streaming increasingly more recently. And he is showing the work that he does using only his voice, operating Visual Studio Code, using Talon. It's really cool to watch, really cool to see him expertly navigate and utilize all of the tools he has at his disposal to do software development. So definitely check him out if you have the chance. But Marcus said, at least you don't have hats all over the place with colors and funny shapes. I don't have hats at all. I used to wear that one bowl hat. But yeah, I don't think I own a single hat. I have a, like, even in the winter, instead of having the full on hoodie cover thingy, whatever those things are called, I just have the cloth fabric bands that cover your ears and your forehead and back of your head. You were referring to the code. So he has dots and colors and hats and yeah, okay. Stick wrong end again. Stick him with the pointy end. Basically anything to make a Talon unique marker, accelerator, accessor. Okay, so if we are performing the actual check, it would be in the post for compare TRNs. Yeah, in the post for compare TRNs. No, not compare TRNs. We want compare COC. COC compare. Why is that still on my clipboard? Okay, here we go. Perform record check. This is one we're looking for. We're looking for something that tells us whether it is the chain of custody compare. This is compared to STRAC air. This is compared to STRAC. This is the one that we're trying to get to. And your stored procedure is COC compared to STRAC. So yes, that is the entry point. Speaking of target, does this actually work? It does. Okay, one line, comma. You gonna finish your sentence or? Shoot him. Oh, I missed. I always miss. Wow. Missed twice. There we go. And the summary? It actually gave me a summary. Your base score is now 0 out of 3. But with bonus scores, we had some totals like 2, 3, and even that high of 96. Your max score. It's gone. What in the world? You're not making any sense, automated ROMs. You're not queued up, DC Aggie. You have to exclamation point archery. So DC Aggie said, early 1990s pop culture. Hi, my name is Marcus. My voice is my coder. Verify me. I don't know that one. what else? DC Aggie says overload the greater than operator public static bool operator greater than coc return LHS dot value dot. What are we? What? What? I'm confused, DC Aggie. You have made me confused. He got angry at that. He got angry at that. I will put it on my list, but I'm probably not watching it tonight because I already have plans. I'm sorry I can't. I got plans. DC Aggie says, watch Sneakers. In Astraces. Wait. Nope, those are quotation marks. So maybe dot length instead of value. Snaps arrow over knee because I said I don't know what that quote is from. What? You have homework. Watch Snickers tonight. Snickers. Comparing COCs. You made me say it. I still have no idea what you're talking about. On purpose. Okay, so it is going to be compared to RTRAC that we want. And you are going to be CSP compared to RTRAC. Oh, by the way, I don't know if I actually got around to showing this, but the way that I got all of these stored procedures, I mentioned it. I know that I mentioned it. The way that I got all of these stored procedures in the end. Why don't you have count anymore? Is I'm so confused. The way that I got all of these stored procedures into my DB context is I completely redid my migrations in the database project, which is this project here. I just copied over the actual stored procedure files, like I had it script all of the stored procedures, just so I have an easy way to view them and search them instead of trying to go into the database and then do the search that way, because that's just annoying. And then someone else was like, use LinkPad. I think it was LinkPad, and I'm like, I could do that, or I could do everything in Visual Studio and just have the text content in there. So anyway, I remade the migrations. The way that I made the migrations was I used Entity Framework EF Core Power Tools to right-click on the project that has the DB context, EF Core Power Tools, which I don't have on this computer, but I strongly recommend it. And then it has an option to reverse engineer a database. You provide the connection string, the database, the objects that you want to reverse engineer, some of the rules of how it outputs everything, and it will generate for you the stored procedures. Or it'll generate for you all of the C# objects that will represent the database objects that you told it to script. If you chose stored procedures, then it generates result objects if the stored procedure returns something other than the number of records affected or whatever, as well as the calls to the stored procedures directly in a separate class, and it puts it in the DB context. So public partial, whatever your DB context. Oh, I'm so confused. Public partial, whatever your DB context is called, it creates a public property called procedures, which is an instance of the actual stored procedures themselves. And so the stored procedures are methods that use SQL parameters and context.database.execute SQL raw do the stored procedure, passing in the parameters. So it did all of that for me. And like I said, we have over 200 stored procedures in this database that are used at some point in time. So this is very, very helpful for me to just be able to know what stored procedure I'm trying to call from the application, what parameters it takes, and I can slowly convert them over to C# in a more accurate and concise way. And the reason that I want them in C# instead of keeping them as stored procedures is now twofold. It used to only be because I had the goal of being able to debug them easier, find out what is emitting what errors, what's causing a certain error ID to show up in the errors table during the records check, for example. And during that, you have to traverse like 3 to 4 layers of stored procedures that are calling each other just to get to the error message. And then you have to traverse your way back up to find out, all right, how did we even get here? What is the logic that it's trying to do that is emitting this error? And it's just annoying to troubleshoot. That's the long and short of it. So we have all of our stored procedures as C# methods, but we're just calling the stored procedure through this method on the DB context now. And what I'm doing here is, oh, wow. Did you not actually replace anything? Nothing got replaced. That's nice. I'm very surprised. So why am I using rest.count in the other one? Perform records check. This one. Because you're returning the list of record check results. Wait, if you're giving me the list of record check results, no, that doesn't help me at all. It doesn't give me the actual TBL temp errors records that I was expecting to get back. So these error listing items. Okay, so I am still querying to get those. And the same deal is going to happen here, but am I querying the right table to get back the correct results? And the answer, it's soup. I really want that as a sound clip. Done. No one is doing it. Nope. Can't find it. Doesn't matter. I'll have to make it myself. All right, when my groceries are actually delivered, I'll need to step away for a minute or 12 while I put them away. But that won't be for another little bit. How is that going to take you an hour to get here and deliver them? I don't think so. All right. So we're adding to, or we're getting from TBL temp, TBL temp COC errors. And then we're clearing TBL temp COC errors once we... Are we just clearing the temp errors? Is that what this is doing? That's what this is doing. We're now adding errors to... Come on, IntelliSense. What type of object is this? Don't make me hunt you down. That's still the TBL temp COC errors. Okay. But I'm sure that at some point we say if there are errors in error listing, then we want to add an error to TBL temp errors. Error listing. Error list. So is error listing just a local variable still, or are we assigning it to the response? It's just a local variable. Ampersand then. We're adding to either temp errors or COC errors. We're doing more compares. Pairs. More stuff to the... Shout out to Maybe. Hello, Maybe. How are you doing? Hope you're having a fantastic day. Not too bored? It's going well. I am making my eyes bleed by trying to look through some converted stored procedure code from stored procedures to C# that I did a million years ago and did incorrectly. And I'm trying to go back to the stored procedure for a little bit. No, that's not how this works. We're meant to shout you out. I mean, it worked. You did shout me out. It just echoed with your name and your shout out. All right, so then we're adding to TBL temp COC errors. We're saving. We are setting these TBL temp COC errors to the error listings. What about getting the error from here, TBL temp errors? That's not getting added to error listing. Das ist weird, ja? Aw. Kawaii little heart. Little hot dog heart. Nope. Egg on your face? No. But yes, I am doing well. I hope you are doing well as well, also, along with, at the same time as. I am kind of semi-distracted because I just, we're doing groceries today and they're getting delivered a little later than usual because I failed to put in my grocery order in time last night. I usually do it the night before and then I give it a 3-hour window, but that 3-hour window is usually between something like 5 a.m. and 8 a.m. or something like that. So it usually gets delivered before I even do exercise in the morning. And yes, I do get my groceries delivered because I am not going out there unless I absolutely have to. I do not like the out there. The out there does not bring me joy. I do too, but I don't have a car. I have a car, and I have a car that is, it makes me feel good that I am not actively destroying the environment with it, even though I know that the materials that went into making it are also just as bad. I guess you just can't get away from it. But I have an electric vehicle, but I don't drive it. I'm leasing it for one. Well, I mean, it's going to be even better because we're getting the remainder of the solar panels that we didn't get when we first moved into this house because we didn't know how much energy we would be using. So we are now getting the an amount of solar panels so that we would have excess energy. That excess energy is going to be stored in a battery, and we will be running off of the battery in the evenings so that we will, as much as possible, be fully solar powered. And if we ever need to charge the car, it'll be charged from the accumulated energy. But since we don't really go anywhere very often, we don't need to charge very often. So, yeah. But we're leasing this car. It is a Nissan Ariya. Nissan Ariya. Let's see if we can find the same color. Nissan Ariya. I'm not really into SUVs or anything. It's just that this was the one that had the most, had the best mileage, had a lot of the features that we wanted, and it was very, very affordable because we're leasing it. We say Nissan. Nissan. It's Japanese, so it's got to be Nissan. 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 Sa. Sa. But it's a extended S. So anyway, we're leasing it, and we are leasing it for a maximum of 5,000 miles per year. Oh my gosh, that is so little. How do you ever do anything? We don't drive, so we're like, we just need something that when we do need to go to government office, or we are actually going to do something like go to a ballet or something that involves us going into the city, we have a way to get there without needing to do Uber or anything like that, because Uber involves other people. And yeah. So anyway, we got this thing, and so far we've only put 600 miles on it, and we've had it for about a year. Somewhere between 600 and 800 miles. So anyway, we're leasing it for 5,000 a year, 5,000 up to 5,000 miles a year, and we're only paying like $240 a month for it, which is insane because it feels like luxury. It feels like a luxury car. It's very nice. Oh, I guess we do take it out to there's this little dirt road that's kind of out of the way that doesn't have any lights around it, so we go stargazing every now and then. It's so nice. Super, super nice. Yeah, that's our Nissan. But maybe said, don't tell TBD Gamer, but I like you more. He seems unsafe for the environment. TBD Gamer is amazing for the environment. He's creating apps like nobody's business. Wait, what? What do those two things have anything to do with each other? Check out this panoramic roof. It's actually not that panoramic, but still, it is big enough that you can recline and stare at the sky while you're sitting out in the dark. And this floor space is insane. It is super duper nice. No little what are they called? Tram? The little spinny thingies that usually go down the middle of a car that gives it that little bump in the middle. Since it's an electric car, it doesn't have that. Yeah. So you just get this flat smooth area. It's very open feeling. It's very clean. Yeah. Drive. Is it shaft? Is it drive shaft? Could be. I don't know. I don't know cars very well at all. It wasn't my first pick, like I said, but it had the best deal and really, really good mileage. So we went for it. And it's only for 2 years, because I'm hoping that by next year we're going to have better alternative fuel that will be more sustainable and take us further before needing to recharge / refill whatever it is. Drivetrain? Drivetrain. What is a drivetrain? Nope, it's drive shaft. You were right. Wait, this says the drive shaft is up here. This picture says this is the drive shaft. Who's right and who is wrong? Yeah, I did not like the Ionic. I did not like the way it looked. That was on my list of ones that I could have gotten because great mileage per charge, but bleh. I did not like how it looked. The one that I really wanted was the BYD Seal, but that's not coming to America. I like the style on it. And then the other one that I was going to get is the Volkswagen. Wagon ID7. But that's not coming. That was supposed to be in America, but that's not coming to America. The thing that really sold me on this car was the heads-up display with actual augmented reality where it tracked the road from your viewpoint. It was really cool. But no, not coming to America. America. And of course, the Tesla Model 3 was one of them. This one has great mileage, but everything was just like it went downhill pretty fast. I was like, no to all of these things that it has or doesn't have. I'm good. The 5 is kind of ugly, but the 6 is new and looks yummy. I have seen them in person. And I still, again, my preference, I'm not a fan of it. That doesn't mean it doesn't look yummy. I just don't like how it looks. I don't even like how these look. They're very beetly and very buggy, but they are more sleek. And I do like sleek. Like the Tesla Model S, it's a bit more sleek, but it still has so much of a Porsche look. And I don't like how Porsches look. Ooh. But then again, I'm not a car person, so yeah. Oh, and then the other one that I was looking at, because this kind of reminded me of it, Juniper, um, was the Lucid Air. And this thing was like a boat. This thing was clunky, heavy, and like when you stepped on the accelerator, it felt like everything just went crack, grind nails on a chalkboard. But the interior was amazing looking and very lush. But it's a lot of car. It's a big car. I doubt it would even fit in our garage. I don't understand how anyone likes the look of the Teslas. They seem like a cheap impression of premium. I can kind of agree. Like, I test drove all of these, including the Ionic. I test drove all of these. And oh yeah, the Mazda. So, man, there is a Mazda electric one that I didn't get to test drive. I didn't like the style of it, but it had good reviews, good ratings and stuff. Um, but yeah, I don't know. I test drove it, and the Tesla, I do love the minimal aesthetic. It's cool and all, but it could use just a little bit more. Sorry, this is the Lucid Air. It could use just a little bit more. The Accountant 2 is on Prime. Gonna go watch. All right. See you later, maybe. Um, Eagle said, I am always right. But yeah, I don't know. It's difficult because I'm like, if you can sell me on you do not need to charge this thing, or like this thing goes 1,000 miles without needing to be charged. And when you do charge, it only takes 30 minutes to get 80% or whatever. This time it's audit season. um, but yeah, like I wouldn't worry too much about what the car looked like if we could get that kind of dependability. Because, like, for example, in July, I'll be taking a road trip because I don't want to fly, because people. I'll be taking a road trip to Missouri, which is 2 states away. Um, and I would take the Nissan if I was okay with taking 3 days to get there. But we're just going to drive half of the trip on one day and then the other half on the next day. So we're renting. But yeah, and I still don't have any experience with charging at public charging stations either. So I don't know what that experience is like. But it would be nice if there was a vehicle that could a alternative fuel vehicle that was good for the environment and not just alternative fuel that we could drive that far. Sounds like you want one of those state trucks. Slate trucks. The yeah, I have no idea what that is. Ew. Ew. I mean, ugh. Are they selling that it can go very, very far? Minimalist low cost electric vehicle. Yeah, if it's selling that they can go to or like travel very far without needing to be charged, I might consider it. Yuck. Yuck. That is that is not my style. So that's what I was trying to say. So I'm I think I could get sold on something if they say this thing will take you all the way across the country on one charge, for example. But you have to drive something that looks like a pickle or whatever. Um, then I'd be like, I can do that. Yeah, I can drive that if I get that benefit. Um, but it would be nice if there was an appealing looking vehicle, something that appeals to me that does have higher mileage per charge. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Oh my goodness. Oh dear. What did I do to you? I'm sorry. Did I break you? Dark mode again. So DC Aggie was saying you can get them wrapped instead of painted, super minimal interior, etc. And then nationwide efficient and convenient rail, electric or otherwise, is what we really need. Eyes but avoids soapbox. That's how I'm going to read that. Let me hop onto my soapbox. Yeah, I know that there are plenty of issues with um, the sourcing of materials and the manufacturing of the batteries that power current electric vehicles. But there are also just as many issues with big oil. And that's where I'm going to leave that. Okay. The data was not properly returned by the server. Your mom was not properly returned by the server. Okay. So what were we trying to do? We were trying to get this perform COC check to give us the correct results back. The results back that we are expecting are in the form of error listings. But those error listings are coming from something more than just the TBL temp errors. We also need the error listings from TBL temp COC errors. But what happens to the records in that table? TBL temp COC records add range error listings. Okay. 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 So yeah, we should just be able to do another query on TBL temp COC errors. And we won't need to join lookup errors because lookup errors is only for the temp errors. I should have done that. How about if we do that today? Does that sound like any kind of fun? I want to create navigation properties on my S-Track or on my RTRAC objects because I don't think that any of them have navigation properties. For example, TBL temp errors has an error ID. No, it has an error number. Okay, I was like, why don't any of these look like a primary key? I think error ID is a primary key. Let's verify. Okay, error ID is a primary key. So we have error number, which would be a foreign key into TBL lookup errors. Okay. Here you go, Mr. Fly, or Miss. Enjoy. Is it like a cat? Is it doing what a cat does? So I think I want to create navigation properties for that. If I do, then I would also want to create navigation properties to the imported TRN table. Unfortunately, this TRN ID, I think, is used for both error records, which come from TBL imported TRN error, or TBL imported error, and TBL imported TRN. Bye. Why can't I go right? Zoom out. Zoom out. There you are. Oh, not my cursor. My icon. My gravatar. Is that what these are called? Gravatars? Yeah. Lion circle is what it's called. Obviously. What was I even thinking? Yeah. I want to create the navigation properties, but then at the same time, I don't. Because the thing that I run into, oh, that's what's happening. The thing that I run into is that when two tables have a lookup into the same other table, No, when one table, what am I thinking? What am I thinking? So here's the situation with TBL lookup errors. No, TBL temp error. Where did you go? Tied to a lasso. Okay, this TRN ID could refer to a record in either TBL imported error or TBL imported TRN. And I don't like navigation properties that do that, because then it would be public virtual TBL imported TRN. TBML. We need an ERD. What is an ERD? That may or may not be my answer to nearly everything. Oh, entity relation diagram. Okay. No, that would be 42. Just avatar. Twitch hosts the images themselves. It's a gravatar if it's provided and hosted by Gravatar. I did not know that. Thank you for teaching me something new. TIL and stuff. The issue is that if I tried to start putting together an ER diagram for this, I would want to refactor the entire database. I'm already starting to feel the pull. But yeah, this would be an optional navigation property, and so would this. And we don't have any kind of discriminator to say, what is this ID referring to, other than whichever one of these is populated. So we might have something like a ignore. Is it called ignore? No map. Not mapped. We would have a mapped public bool is error. Error is not null. The problem is that if we don't always request a if we don't always request an error record, or if we don't always do for our select statement context.tbl temp errors.include TBL imported error, then error would be null, but so would TRN. So we wouldn't know whether it's an error record or not for sure. So we're just going to go with no. We're just going to leave it alone. Just gonna leave it alone. Oh, it's not going to let me save that. Okay. So we're leaving it. That's the final answer. Answer, verdict, choice, decision. So what does that mean for this? That means that we need to query TBL temp COC errors. What is temp TRN? Temp compare TRN errors. Compare TRN is when you are comparing two TRNs to each other. One from the imported record, one from the archive. It's got to be what it is, right? So according to this up here, we are not tracking any of the new records we're adding to TBL temp errors. Thank you so much for the alert, DC Aggie. The closest that we get to interacting with TBL temp errors is adding an error to that table, but we aren't keeping track of that error itself. It's not like we're requerying TBL temp errors and adding them to our error listings list that we're returning. Right? That is correct. But we are saving to the temp COC errors table our errors listings, but then we are using those error listings to set them as the value for our result. So we're going to grab onto this and we are going to pasta you there for now. Estapu. Okay. So instead of querying TBL temp errors, we need to query TBL COC errors. TBL COC temp COC errors. We won't need to join on lookup errors because, as I mentioned, come on, let me have 12 on this, please. TBL temp COC errors does not have an error number that we need to look up. It has the error description directly in this table. So no join. Are we going to join on imported TRN? We might join on imported TRN so that we can get back the ID. I see. I see. What does your error listing item look like? Description, fatal, field name, TRN ID. Description, fatal, field name, TRN ID. We don't even get error type. We don't even get error type. Whoops. The thing about having wrap turned on. Oh, wait, what am I missing? Description is fatal, field name. When did I delete is fatal? Dude, pay attention. I can't, it's too expensive. Okay, good, good. We can order by, we don't need, maybe we do. Probably wrong. Okay, okay, okay. I think we're good. Wait, what? I'm looking at the is fatal right here. What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean is fatal is not in TBL temp COC? Dude. Oh gosh, he's stuck on the dude thing again. How do we get back to the database? Anyone? Anyone? TBL temp COC errors. Oh no, that's going to make it difficult to scroll through. You'll take me there, won't you? Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, there is no is fatal. What? Oh, is fatal is going to be set to true. So we don't need to sort by is fatal. But we sort by lab and lot, sample number, error number. Not error number, because there is no error number. So let's do error description. Let's not do error description. Let's do lunch, shall we? let's find out what the stored procedure says is what I was trying to do. This one. Temp COC errors. Okay, so we are returning and we need to do this override COC flag. That's going to happen in the database, right? Because we're calling the stored procedure. What else do I need to do in here then? Error type is C. We need to filter by error type C. What a weird process. I don't like this. I've never liked this. Okay, so now we don't have error listings. We're just going to set the result count directly. My next question is, are we actually performing the SAMP data? We are. And where is TRN Rex coming from? Here. Okay, so we can just leave this as is. Cool. Awesome. I think we can go with that, which kind of tells me what I might be missing from the other one, why it was giving us an error when the test one doesn't. And it's because I'm not filtering the errors list appropriately. So let's just test this out. Go. You are the database. Database. Tasty. Did you run? Did you go? Did you start? Start. Okay, so we know AYYY has some errors. Man, that ran fast. But shouldn't AYY have some errors? Yeah, AYYY should have errors that say TRN lot is AYYY, and that does not equal AKAH. Why would that equal AKAH? And why is this, which is using the same stored procedure, not getting that error back? No error listings, no sample data, which means that resp here is probably 0. So what we're going to do instead is always query the temp errors table, and we'll tell this thing to check if this count is greater than 0. All right. Looks like hot reload actually worked, but I want my dark mode back. Okay. Oh, that looks better. That looks much, much better. Much more gravy. So AYYY does not equal AKAH. for whatever reason, we're getting that. But if we do the COC compare for everything, then everything else passes just like it does in test. So if I select everything, everything else passes except for AYYY. Why? It really is going to take you an hour to get here. Why? Hey, Finite's live. Okay. So that's working the way that we want by using the stored procedure. When we tell it to not use the stored procedure, we don't get the same results. Is that what we saw last time? No, we get the same results. It's just really slow. Do the load. Yeah, really slow. So there's some room for optimization. Oh man, we even get this nice little toast that says these worked, but, and then the other one that says there was an error. But this is an actual error. This is not the temp errors information, is it? Interesting. So there was an exception that occurred when it was trying to process a YYY. I still want this to use the stored procedure for now, but it's very interesting. I wonder. So it would have hit here. Oh, we should see it in the console, apparently. Except I saved and it rebuilt. I want to know what the error was. Maybe that's related to what's making it go really, really slow instead of just really slow. So we're expecting it to go really, really slow because there are all of these repeated queries that happen over and over. And then for each record, we're only checking one thing. Yeah. Like this, like the one instant optimization I can see here is to just loop through every record once. And for each record, check if this condition is true, then add error. If this condition is true, then add error, and so on. You know what? We're going to do that. But let me just find out what this exception was real quick. Ew. Okay, we should see this in console. And it is specifically inespecific. An error occurred. No reference exception. I don't get no reference exceptions. You're lying. You're a lion. I have made it my goal to never, ever, ever see that again. We were right above the line where it's happening. TRN Rex? Really? That's the only thing on this line that would be null. Or file type. File type could be null. Let's just try file type. Yeah, it was file type. File type is non-nullable though. That's weird. That's very weird. Should have at least been empty string. Okay, so that fixes that. But let's see what happens if when if, instead of looping through every TRN every time, and we're going to have to do it at least twice. Are we though? I don't think so. I think we'll just be able to move that up. Okay, here's how I'm going to do this. I'm going to duplicate this method, rename it. Then we're going to update this one. No, what did I do? Help, help. Okay, the first loop through all records is here. Then we are clearing out the errors. So let's clear out the errors first. Grab all of the COC compare recs. If error, no error. Hello, Zerg. How are you doing on this fantastic Thursday? Your name color changed on my screen. Final Fantasy Tactics got remade? What? Still looks the same to me. I can't remember who was talking about this, but I think they are so right. Where back in the day, games were made for CRT TVs. And so they looked good. And when you try to play them on our current TVs, they don't look good. That, like, one of the main issues with that statement though is that we have higher resolution on our current displays, so that's going to immediately make it worse. But as far as color and composition and stuff, if you play it on the right resolution, it still doesn't look quite as good as it did on a CRT. It's weird. It's very weird, in my opinion. So yeah, so we're looping through all of the compare recs here, and then we're looping through all the TRN recs. And then the STRAC recs. Oh man, so 3 loops. But I mean, it's still going to be slightly better because we're going to replace all of these with just one loop. So for each var compare rec in compare recs. My day has been bad. Why has it been bad? Tell us about it. We are here. We are listening. At least I'm listening. I don't expect anyone else to need to or feel like they have to. Okay. Then for every line that we have for compare recs in, compare recs where, we will instead say it's not going to be the same for all of them, but we're going to at least start off all of them with if. No, why did you? Because I didn't actually select them. I know what I'm doing. It's okay. If compare rec dot All right. I need to turn off wrapping just so that I can get them all to go to the last line. Then for anything that is X dot from here on down, wait, I missed some? Nonsense. You're imagining things. Why didn't you get oh, because there's a parentheses. Okay, that's fine. We can handle those individually. You are all going to be compare rec. Then this one. Eagle says, hey, that's my trademark sentence. The one about your day being bad. If you're imagining things. Oh, I like that statement. Is it okay if I use it then? Since it's yours, I would like to ask permission to use it. Dukasoft. Hello, Dukasoft. 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 Go soft. Gets a song. Okay, so Zerg is saying, oh boy, hold on to your socks. My parents are in a fighting divorce. My manager and campus director, I'm an SD teacher. SD. I don't know what SD is. I'm sorry. I couldn't even logic it out. Decided I'm dangerous and use that to get rid of me. There are no accusations. Software development. Oh, okay. I didn't, yeah. Anyway, it was too obvious. Anyway, decided that you're dangerous and use that to get rid of you. There are no accusations or anything. This is just 70-plus-year-old who doesn't like me. I am having trouble finding work because companies don't see a place to hire me, even with an impressive CV. So, could be better. Definitely understand where all of those situations together can, or even any one of those situations, could be pretty distressing. But you have them all going on at the same time. So yeah, I am sorry to hear that. And I am sending love. Where would you like to be? Where would you like to see it go instead? That's a string. Equals ignore order. Nullable strings? Can we make these nullable? Did I turn nullability on? Is that what happened? Yeah, that's what happened. Eagle says, you asked so nicely. I cannot say no to that. Well, thank you so very much. You're imagining things. Now I'm going to use it all the time. Okay. All right. So we replaced that logic with a single loop for the compare recs. We still need a separate loop for separate loop for the TRN recs and a separate loop for the STRAC recs, which is really annoying. I wonder if they depend on each other, because if they don't depend on each other, I could just have them all execute at the same time, except that they're all accessing the database. No, they're not. They're all doing their initial query. So if I do all of the queries up front in a row, then I have them all execute whatever this logic is asynchronously at the same time. Then they're only manipulating, they're all manipulating error listing. They could all return their own set of error listings. Then I could join or union the error listings in the correct order. Yeah. All right. Let's see how this runs first. See if it actually makes any kind of visual improvement. Visual, observable improvements. I was going to wait until the groceries got here, but I think I'm going to need to run to the restroom pretty soon. Does anyone know what I did with the micro USB cord? Did I leave it over there? I think I did. Okay. Do you go faster? Not really. If it does, it's not by much. We're expecting it to be this fast. And so according to this, it is 132 milliseconds. And here we are at 2.25 seconds. That's a big difference, especially if you're doing a lot of them at the same time. Yeah, that was 7 seconds compared to 36 milliseconds. We're 273 milliseconds. Drink of water. I don't have any more water either. So I guess I will go ahead and step away for a quick second so that I can. Except that Zerg is saying, I don't really know where I want to be. I went out of development because people constantly yelling at me. But since I don't have any other marketable skills, I am basically forced back into that field. Do you not enjoy doing software development, or is it just that the way that you do software development, for whatever reason, other people have a desire to harp on you about it? If you don't mind me asking, if you don't want follow up on this, then please let me know that too. If you just want to rant and vent, that is absolutely okay. But I'm definitely willing to talk with you about it if you are interested in that. Okay, while you're typing a response to that, I will be right back. I'm going to refill my water bottle and maybe use the restroom. Okay. All right, I'm back, and I will read off all of your stuff. Zerg, give me a moment. Ooh, took me a little bit longer because our blue apron was delivered as well. Oh, and I need to honor. Thank you so much, Dukasoft. So very kind of you. 100 bits. There is the water. All right, Zerg says, I don't really know where I want to be. I went out of development because people constantly yelling at me, but since I don't have any other marketable skills, I am basically forced back into that field. So then I followed up asking about whether or not they actually enjoy doing software development. Is that something that they like to do? Would they want to do that as a career? They're just kind of tired of the people surrounding it. Stairs, am I right? Okay. But the follow up was Duke of Soft. The follow up was it's mostly due to problems caused by colleagues that are pushed on my plate because I'm in the room. Last time I got yelled at because a button wasn't pixel perfect aligned and I hadn't noticed. Meanwhile, I was also helping someone fix a host of problems. They introduced causing customer login to crash the app. Problems they introduced that was causing crashes when the customer logs in. I happily confirm to anything the team agrees on and make suggestions if I see opportunities to improve. I love being a dev, the challenge, the puzzle, the headache, not that much. I do love the headache. And the feeling of fixing that one annoying bug. I know those feelings. So yes, you do like it. I just mentally can't deal with having every decision being questioned and having to defend them in court, like I'm in court. I agree. As you know, or as you may have heard me say before, um, I'm a solo dev, and I haven't really had very many opportunities to work on software development teams. However, when I was working at a place where I needed to go into the office, which was for the first 15 years of my career. Goodness griefus. Whoa. Maybe 20 years of my career. Ugh, looking back on that. So when I had to go into the office, I was usually treated as a nuisance. So like I was the one that people went to when they had problems. Definitely. And that kind of sounds like that's the boat that you're in. You are the person that people are like, they're dependable. We have an issue, they can handle it. But then you're also getting harped on for minor details that got overlooked by you, and that's what is getting called out on you. So the thing that I was trying to get at with being a solo developer is that in all of the offices that I was in, I was the only technical person for the most part. Until recently, when I joined an actual software development team, then I started facing the situations that you're talking about. And the thing that happened for me was that, and this might not work for you, but it was that I needed to choose to be somewhere else and not put up with it anymore. I can't call this good advice. I can't even call it advice, but really, without sounding like woo spirituality preachy man, which I'm okay with being, I guess. If you get a hold of the vision that you have for yourself, where you want to be, what you want to be doing, it will happen. And again, that might not work for you. This might not be advice that is good for you. So leave it if you don't like it. Take it. Take any parts of it that you do resonate with. But that's one thing. Another one is if we ever do, like, I kind of want to get more into. I'm stuttering all over the place because I'm feeling very anxious about saying it this way. And I don't know why I just pushed that button. It's probably going to make my microphone do weird stuff. Hold on. Give me a second. Are you good? Are you good? I think it's good. I think we're okay. I think we survived it. So the main thing that I would like to do is encourage you that if there is something that you enjoy doing, if software development is the thing that you want to do as your career, you can do it and it will happen. It may just take a little bit more time for you to find a position that works for you, where you are appreciated for what you do, where you're not just stepped on, or the only things that are ever brought up to you are the ways that you're failing, because that's kind of what it sounds like is happening to you. And I'm sorry that it is. I don't know how to address that really, other than if you are ever able to communicate that that's what's happening to the team in a way that I don't know, is just neutral. I don't know how else to put it. It's just like, hey guys, this is what I see is happening. You're kind of talking down to me. You're telling me that the only thing that I'm doing is a bad job, even though I'm sitting here helping other people with other situations. You've seen the quality of work that I do, and I just want to be able to get along with you and work and do the work. I tried that and it didn't really work for me anyway. I did see my teammates choose different paths on occasions, but eventually it was all still the same. It was just a culture thing, I'm assuming. So I was like, I just don't want to do that. Instead, here's what I would like for myself. And that's where I'm at. I am working for myself, directly contracted, doing Blazor day in, day out, doing software development day in, day out. There are still things with this job that I don't like doing. There's a lot of systems administration type of stuff, a lot of DevOps type of stuff. As a solo developer, of course, I'm doing all of it. So it's not all enjoyable, but the bulk of it is. And the 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 people that I'm contracted for, the users that are on that team, they're all super appreciative, they're thoughtful, and just a joy. So I'm saying that just to have it be an inspirational anecdote for you, I guess. That it is entirely possible for you to be in a situation like I was in situations that were so dire to me relative to what I was feeling like at the time that I thought the only way to be able to deal with them was to drink alcohol while still showing up for work, because then people were bearable. Then I was this carefree, happy go lucky, make as much noise as you want, yell across the office. It's not like I'm trying to concentrate on this complex problem that I'm trying to solve. Go ahead, just yell, slam doors. It's fine. You do you. Um, Alcohol's great. No, it made it even worse. By the way, that is not a solution. So going from those types of situations to where I am now, it's just a hopefully motivational story to say this can happen to you too, kind of thing. That was terrible. I hope to help a little though. What I was going to recommend, by the way, if you indicated that you really haven't enjoyed software development, it's not really what you want to do anymore, there is no shame in choosing to try to do something different. As long as you understand that you are going to be starting from ground zero for those other things where you don't have marketable skills in. Are there other skills that you do have that could become marketable? So we would start down that discussion. But since you do enjoy software development, I say keep going for it. Don't give up. Um, kind of envision where you would like to be. Like, be a little bit more detailed for yourself. Just be like, I would love to be doing the same type of work that I was doing before. Maybe you enjoyed that work, except on a team that is more synergetic. Or maybe you want to do it directly for another company as a direct hire contractor, whatever. Just be a little bit more specific for yourself. And if you want to tell us about it, tell us more specifics as you come up with them, and just have someone agree with you. Not just for the sake of agreeing, but because it would reinforce your desire for those outcomes. Yeah. I think I'll stop there for now and give you a chance to respond if you want to respond. I only drink absinthe. Terrible. It got so bad that I was buying those cheap box wine things that kind of look like juice boxes, I guess. And can't believe how much of that I had. It was disgusting, but I just needed to be drunk if I was going to go work with these people. It was so dumb. Okay. So I don't like the performance of this, and definitely feel free to continue the conversation. I am not turning you off, but I also do need to get work done at the same time. I still don't like the performance of this. It's pretty crap. So we are, oh, no wonder. I was like, why can't I see it anymore? We're going to change it back to use the stored procedure only. Oh, I had to wait for hot reload. Okay. And also, I will be stepping away again soon-ish because my groceries should be here within the next 5 to 30 minutes. What in the world? Yeah, that's better. I mean, it's still more, it's still, wait, that was actually 1 second to get the lab list. Whatever. Let's try this again. Yeah, so that's performing like the original app because I'm calling the stored procedure. And then the actual submit process is taking a long time too, and there's an error at that. HTTP status says internal server error. And what exactly was that error? Pray tell. It's that identity insert. Why are we trying to identity insert anything? DB context extensions. No need. Interesting. We actually do have methods for enabling and disabling identity insert for whatever process it is we're trying to do. Okay. And what line exactly, pray tell? 38. 28. Okay. And who's calling you? Who's calling, please? TRN service line 2267. May I say who's calling, please? No, you may not. I'm sorry. Because we're inserting into temp export lots. Interesting. Gosh, I just want to replace all of the logic with the stored procedures that were originally used. That way we can just get on with getting the database up to date. The one that, again, the ones that are gonna not work are the ones where we do need to check on the is member. So can we find out what all stored procedures use is member? Anyone? Biota lab lot. Check delete. That sounds important. Check delete air. Check final roll. Yeah, so check all the rolls. Those are expected. Chem check for data. I don't know that I'm familiar with what calls that, but yeah, I mean, there are a ton of these that depend on the role. I mean, the is member built-in function. Guess what I'm doing, Dukasoft asked Eagle, or says Eagle. You're doing tests. You're writing unit tests. Oh wait. That was a napalm thing. This is a lot of, yeah, submit TRN even. So this one that we were just now looking at has that. So I can't just switch this over to use the stored procedure. Maybe. Maybe I am. What of it? Pooping? What? It's a guess. I mean, you did tell him to guess. Thank you so much for shouting out Big Gamey. Okay, so Zurg says, I feel like talking about this with someone who has lived it helps a lot already. My most recent project is Lisa, and you've been sharing stuff on our Discord for that. That's really cool. Did I actually send the message that I was trying to respond with? There's a lot of technology involved there that you're using. You have object recognition, you have text, OCR, I think you were talking about, text recognition, an LLM, obviously, or maybe 12 of them. But yeah, anyway, my most recent project is Lisa. My current employer wanted me to fork her over as to support students. I originally made her to help me stream while working on her control panel and libraries. Yeah, it sounds really, really cool. I don't, yeah, I just like it. It sounds cool. So are you still streaming, by the way? Do you still stream? I'm following you and I haven't seen you go live yet, but I only started following you yesterday. Did I? No, you started following me yesterday. I started following you as of today, but it doesn't look like you actually stream on Twitch. And I fell out of it. Last stream was like 3 weeks ago. Oh, you just don't save VODs. And that's totally okay. Completely understandable. I'm still deciding whether streaming is still it's still beneficial for me to keep doing. But Eagle says, I'm making an auto shout out bot. Zerg says, I do want to pick it up again, but I just have trouble finding my format. Yeah, I get it. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. And thank you for that. Cool. So if you do, I'll definitely be hanging out on your channel. Now that I'm following you, I will see when you go live. So if anyone else wants to see when Zerg goes live, if they do again, then give them a follow. Yeah, just like that. Okay, so we got some issues with doing the submit TRN. It's kind of odd though. I'm not exactly sure why. Oh, because there's more. I was going to say, I'm not exactly sure why it took that long just to try to submit the TRN when there really isn't that much logic regarding updating records. So we are updating the status to F, and we're setting submit date to today's date. Oh, and then we're doing this update STRAC dates. Right. And this one here is going to be one of those situations where we have this, what would be an outer loop for us in C#, because I haven't turned the syntax into the bulk update stuff, which we should do. But right now it's just a loop through the list of imported TRN. Yeah, I'm curious how we are actually tackling that. But then we're going to have this CSP update STRAC dates, which is this one, which is also going to have a loop or two in here for updating. Interesting. Very interesting. Okay, so how are we handling this in submit TRN? Because that is something that we want to go faster as well, but we can't use it. Use the stored procedure directly. Submit, submit TRN, and this is going to be the regular one. Rewrite logic, since I believe we were thinking it would be creating multiple emails when we should only have one email. Yeah, that's not why we were turning it into C# or rewriting the logic. But that's fine. Everything's fine. It's fine. So we have our TRNs. We query for the lab lots. No, we query for the actual TRN records. Then we group them by lab lot. Interesting. And we create another DB context. No, we create a DB context. We create a transaction so that each of the records are processed individually. Each record is processed individually. We have the update quick turnaround. Where is the date times? Oh gosh. Oh goodness. Yeah, and it's got to be all of these additional joins and crap that slow it down. I'm not seeing too many loops. There aren't too many for eaches. This one that's looping through our materialized list. Yeah, this is exactly how I would have done it now, even. So whatever I chose to do back in this date was the way that I would do it now, which is let's just loop through the entire list and set the statuses to F. And if the submit date is null, then set it to current date at the same time. Just do it all at once. Just do it. And then here's the STRAC dates, which would be the place that has. These are pretty much for eaches as well. They're not even filtered. Weird. And then another for each, and then where any. Okay. Eagle says, so how do you feel about team member what is that word? I don't know that word. Presence detection. So I'm going to guess that was presence. Okay. Yeah. So what do you think about team member presence detection where it shouts you out when you join the chat? I like that a lot. I've been to channels, I've seen channels do this, but you know what the unspoken rule is about lurkers, right? Oh, about presence. Okay, so the check that I would do it on is when they speak, because I love lurkers. I love the energy that people bring here with them. They're the ones that just want to come here, hang out, be, not necessarily do anything, not necessarily engage, unless you're always welcome to. There is no banning you from that though, but the lurkers that just hang out because they want to hang out, and that's it. I love their energy. I wouldn't want to make them feel alienated if that is the choice that they would prefer to have. They want to be on the channel, but they don't want to be recognized or called out or anything like that. They just want to be there. So only when someone would speak would I want it to do the lookup to see, is this person in our list of, for you, I guess you're calling them team members, in our list of team members? If so, then give them a shout out. Law member detected. Yeah, I mean, like, unless the person opts in. So I guess that is another, now that you say that, I don't know if it works like this, but if there is an opt in or opt out, and it's defaulted to opt out for anyone that wants to opt into shout outs, automatic shout outs, when they join the channel, when they show up. But again, I would still default to only if the person speaks or types in chat, you know what I mean? And default the auto shout out to opt out for lurkers, for people that just want to hang out. I don't know how else to put it. Because I'm one of those people. I lurk on everyone's channel. Like right now, I'm on Sorcery Stories channel. I was on Clay's channel, but he raided into Big Gamey. Red Cabin Games, Christian Games. There are only a few channels that I actively speak in, but most of the time I just kind of want to lay low, hang out, give my energy. Oh, Finite's channel, for example. Mots a lot. Dang, man. I looked over and everyone that I enjoy watching and lurking on is streaming at the same time, and I only have 4 slots to watch people. Dang it. Don't do that. Why must everyone be streaming at the same time? Okay. We're okay though. Everything's okay. It's okay. Everything's fine. So many people to support and just send my energy and love to. Finite, canny, tomat salat, it laney, sorcery. Okay. Nerd injected into DI stream container. True. So true. Um, there's already a regular shout out interval, says Eagle. So I shall stick to the first chat shout out. Waha, that usually happens on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. True. Yeah. I don't really go on the interwebs on Saturday and Sunday other than to stream shows if my wife and I are watching a show. We're mostly analog on the weekends. Although lately we've been spending a lot of time with Lev, so can I really say that? I don't think I can. You should come hang out with one of us. As I mentioned, I spend time with my wife on the weekends, and she doesn't enjoy Twitch very much, so not an activity we would participate in together. Definitely not looking to add more things to my non-Christy time. Or I'm not trying to add non-Christy things to my Christy time. Yeah. So yeah, this is going to be hard to refactor into something that works well. I guess what I would like to do with this is take a look at maybe where we're at with Copilot doing the work on converting the I don't know about that. I mean, thank you for saying so. I'm definitely the lucky one for sure. But I've been letting Copilot do the conversion of the stored procedures to C# methods, and it's had mixed results so far. I mean, I'm still on the first batch of. I'll show it. I'll show the repo at least on screen, but I'm on the first batch of stored procedures, which is the error stuff, so that I can establish the pattern and get everything to match that when I continue on to the next set of stored procedures. Get up, one lion, RTRAC. So this is the way that I set up the issues for converting the stored procedures to C#. I broke them up into sections using Copilot's help, of course. Each of them has their own implementation plan, which indicates which set of stored procedures to do for that batch. They are all located in the repo itself. We also have our instructions for how it's supposed to structure the class library, the naming conventions, the C# patterns to use, testability, all of that stuff. So we're currently working on this error section. And that one includes these stored procedures, which it has done. Then after it finished the first pass of it, I went into Visual Studio Code because that one has the latest models, which is really annoying because I prefer using Visual Studio proper, but it's lagged behind as far as GitHub Copilot chat. for what models are available, and Sonnet 4 or Claude 4 Sonnet is really good. It's not perfect, of course, but it is really good. So it'd be nice to be able to have that in Visual Studio already. Maybe there's something that I'm not doing to tell it that it should be using the same models that Visual Studio Code is targeting. Maybe there's a something in here. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I am running I do have a local LLM named Automated Realms. How would you describe yourself? Question man. Are you listening anymore? I think you stopped listening because oh. So my LLM, the instructions that I gave it aren't great, and the format that I'm sending messages to it are probably completely wrong. I send it the one system message first, and then the entire chat history as individual messages, which means that all of the chat that was directed at it would say square brackets, name of person, space, day of week, date, time, close square bracket, colon, and then the message. And it will only respond if you add it or if you reply to it. And I have the instructions say, don't put square brackets and the name as part of your response. It'll automatically get tagged as square bracket automated realms. Just respond to the person as if they are talking to you directly without all of this preamble. And it's doing terribly at it. So anyway, I don't trust the local models, the models that I can run on that machine over there, to be powerful enough to do the code help for me. I'm interested in looking at the ones that they showed during Microsoft Build, whatever they were called, Q2, Q, whatever they were called, and seeing how they perform. But at the moment, I don't think any local models are going to perform good enough to use for this type of thing. So anyway, so it's currently working on this one. Out of all of these, it's currently working on this one. And it's been working on this one for quite some time now. So what I said is, now that we have done it, now that you have already gone through and turned these stored procedures into C# methods, I've gone through in Visual Studio Code and checked to see, does this method cover the entire functionality of the original stored procedure? And in almost all of the cases, it was no. So I manually went through and updated them so that they would. Then I saw that there was a lot of repeated code, and I'm like, all right, let's improve this. Let's find opportunities to standardize or refactor so there is less repeated code. Perform a commit after each refactor, because it has been doing this thing where it crashes very often, and it doesn't look like it. Oh, I have no idea whether it did or not. It says the system has encountered an error, and it had done a lot of work up until that point, and then it needs to restart completely and then does something different. So it is doing more commits more often, which is good. I haven't reviewed this one yet. And I also instructed it to review all of the current methods systematically, one by one, and make sure that they are correctly representing the stored procedure that they're replacing, that they capture the entire functionality. Because I didn't want to do it again after getting it to standardize and refactor, because I have already done that. So once it does it, then it's supposed to review get air data in air data service, make sure that it does the process that CSP underscore air data does. Why doesn't this one have a class name with it? What happened? Anyway, hopefully it found it. 7 role specific methods. Yeah, and so this was the one where I just did the search in the database project that has all of the stored procedures. This one for the is member. And so are there 7? There seem to be a lot more than 7. There's a few more than 7. That is not very encouraging, is it? There's a lot. Duh. There would only be 7 for the ones that are related to air. Never mind, there could potentially only be 7 for stored procedures that have to do with air. Yeah. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. We can believe that. Yeah, so what I really want to do is check this out, as in do a poll on the machine that I am doing the development effort with for this one on, which is over here. Do a poll. Why didn't that actually pull anything? Because it did. I must have pulled it as soon as I opened it up. Remember, kids, the compiler never lies. That's the first thing, though. Does it build? And I kind of just want to clone it here. Do I even have it cloned on this machine? Yes, I do. Oh, I'm going to have to get my groceries pretty soon. Will it blend? Let's find out. We don't need this pinned anymore. Ooh. Ow, that was loud. All right. Grab the branch that it was working on. That didn't look like it changed anything that was showing on the screen, which is kind of disconcerting. I mean, I just now checked it out, so it would be at latest. Tell me what you did while we're waiting for it to build, that is. Only if it uses XAML. Wait, what? That's the only time that it'll blend? That's sad. All right, the build was successful. Let me clean and rebuild. Because I want to know if there were warnings. Oh, look at, oh, duh. These are going to show up because I am cleaning. All right. Now do a rebuild, and we are in the correct configuration. Regular debug. All right, we're delivered. Wow, that is impressive. So the thing that is impressing me is that there are no warnings that are showing up here in the build log, in the build output, which typically means that it was doing null checking, proper use of question marks for nulls. Naming is correct. There are no situations where well, those would only be suggestions anyway. Did I turn on the analyzer rule set? It's on by default in Visual Studio. I don't know what you mean, I guess. Okay, but I do need to grab the groceries. I will be back in a couple of minutes. And then we will scour through this and find out what exactly it did accomplish, and we'll do a couple of spot checks because that's where it fails the most, is in these spot checks. Yeah, this is true, Dukasoft. You're right. It has done that a lot where it'll just do null forgiveness operator instead of a real null check. Some things that I'm also seeing, if these are not materialized by the time we're doing this, then it's trying to use the null coalescing operator in a link to SQL, link to entities, which can't be done, but these do look like they were materialized. So anyway, we will investigate that some more when I return. We did it! Nom, nom, nom. Where's my mouse? Help! Help! Can't find my mouse. I found it. I had something that was allegedly a stroopwafel, but it wasn't. But it was still tasty. But it's fake. Cool. What's going on? Where are we? We are scouring through the trenches. Fake stroopwafels. Unacceptable. They're called swaffel. I like it though. It was still quite good. Did I turn my music off? Oh, too quiet. There's music on this stream? Okay. We are wanting to take a look in a book, a reading rainbow. I can do anything. So we're getting hash sets back. We're using collection expressions, bulk operations, parallel execution. Funny how English people pronounce it. I just put on a fake accent and pronounce it incorrectly. Okay, we're using a user context by having an iCurrentUser service. I love the emojis and icons and stuff that it comes up with, that AI has been coming up with using. They're great. Future refactoring opportunities, user context. Oh, this is for the future. We need to know what she did now. PR consists of a comprehensive validation of all 20 error service stored procedures, conversions to C# methods, implementing security enhancements, and identifying refactoring opportunities as requested in the issue. All 20 out of 20 stored procedures have been validated successfully with functionality correct. Well, I mean, of course they were validated successfully because I went through and manually made sure that they were all correct and following the actual logic. However, I wanted you to refactor because, for example, I would have a method for adding an error. Error comparison. Wait, wait, this is that. Interesting. This looks like the code that I wrote how many years ago? 60 years ago? The code that we were just looking at. Nope. All right, the original one needs to close. I have way too many Visual Studio instances open. That was looking kind of like this logic here. Except for error instead of for TRNs. Batch insert all errors. And that's using the validation service. Cool. Cool. I still don't like having private objects. Did someone say stroopwafel? Pronounce the double O as a single one spoken aloud. So is it supposed to be stroopwafels? Or with the W pronounced more like a V? Interesting. That's cool. So in Japanese, because I know Japanese a little bit more than I know other languages, but not very much. It's not a lot. The rule for two vowels in succession is you elongate the vowel sound. So instead of changing OO from A to U, it goes O as opposed to O. I'm sure you could tell the difference. It's not badminton. It's badminton. What? And then two consonants in a row would just be an extra gap before the consonant is pronounced. Suka, for example. But it kind of sounds like it is similar in Dutch. Is that what language? Stroopwafels come from? Waffles. And the F is softer toned as more to a V without letting out the E. Yeah. Strop waffles. Strop. Oh gosh. It's still really hard. It takes a lot of thought. It takes a lot of thought for me to pronounce it correctly. My mouth is not used to moving like that. I got me here a southern raised. No, actually, it's weird because the next step, hunting one in the wild. Wait, what? This sounds dangerous. Anything in the wild, I am out. I'm good. Hey, at least you can impress the food truck person selling them here in the Netherlands. Oh. I don't remember. So it's weird. The shape of my mouth is not typical of my accent, if that makes sense. I have you know how the hard palate on the top of the mouth, the hard plate thing, is shaped differently based on how you speak and your accent and your nationality and stuff like that. Oh yes, I need to rate you. Mine has an almond, pretty much a massive almond that shapes the roof of my mouth. So it's like this big protrusion, I guess, from the top of my mouth. And I don't know if that makes it easier or harder for me to pronounce words that I'm not typically used to pronouncing. Whereas with my accent, you would typically expect this of someone that has pretty much just a flat, curved shape. It was a very easy shopping session. You get a 5 stars. I love rating people. I love giving them 5 stars. And if they don't deserve 5 stars, I don't rate them at all. Or I guess it's more, I'll rate them if they deserved, in my opinion, 4 or 5 stars, but I won't rate them for anything lower. I'll just opt out. Plenty of people already do the negative thing. I just want to support people. for a while, at least. Okay. What are we looking at? We're looking at whether or not this logic truly does match the stored procedure. So we're going to do two things. We're going to have Copilot do one look through it, and then we're going to look through it ourselves as well. Ourselves. And the one that I probably want to do is the comparison one. But I'm looking for private methods that are helper methods that used to be in here. And those were the blocks of code that were repeated across multiple services. And it kind of looks like those got pulled out. Yeah, this one is definitely specific to the integration. Insert groceries into fridge, order by, store cooled. Eagle said, sorry, I completely missed this. I have no idea how much that will prevent you from obtaining new accents, but I know that being surrounded by people with an accent that you take over some of their way of pronouncing things. Yeah, definitely. And I was raised mostly on military installations, American military installations. And my dad retired in Kansas when I was 10 years old. So pretty much from 10 years old to about 27 or so, I was living in the Midwest. Yeah. Oh, even beyond that, because then I moved to Missouri, which was also Midwest, but it was more at the southern part of Missouri. So I was getting a little closer to Texas. Yeah, these are all helper methods that are specific to error integration, so that's good. I think we looked at error validator. Yeah, this one, check user roles, should have been... There's only one place that does check user roles now? Nuh-uh. Yeah, look at all these. But they're doing it in line. And how exactly are you executing this? We're selecting from sys database principles. Okay. Sure. Sure. We can deal with that for now. Because the thing that's really going to happen is we're going to use iPrincipal, because we're going to be in a Blazor context, and we'll have an identity. Claims principle. Goodness griefus, that was really, really hard to think of. And then that claims principle will be the thing that we use to find is user in role. Role. So that's cool. Have you considered making role names const strings? So consider this. This is a library that is separate from applications. It is specifically intended to replace stored procedures only. It really shouldn't have very much to do with user roles at all. That is business logic. And yeah, I don't know. It's application specific from my point of view. Not necessarily for the stored procedures, but I understand why they have them here. When I do the applications themselves, the way that I've been approaching doing roles and such is shared. general. I have an enum for all of the app roles, and I have application globals that will be able to turn that enum into the string app role name that the application is expecting. The issue is that there are a lot of instances in Blazor where I can't just use the app role as an enum. So for example, in the controller, so controllers are used in the way that I use controllers in my application is that they are just a way for a client to make a HTTP request to perform the same functionality, but on the server. So this get TRN data is actually specified in the iTRN service, and I have both a client-side implementation and a server-side. The client side just does a HTTP request and processes it. The server side does the actual lookup in the database, how to get TRN data, and all of that stuff. So at this point, this service, the server-side service, is expected to be running in an HTTP context. And so I should be able to use an injected HTTP context accessor to get the user from the context, as well as their username, their claims profile, all of their roles, all of that stuff. And I will have access to use user manager since I am using Entity Framework identity stuff. So user manager to get whether they're in a role or not. Cool. But anyway, in the controller is where I was trying to go with this. Sorry, totally jumped out of the way a little bit there. In the controller, which is just a shallow controller. I don't want to call it dumb controller anymore because it's still pretty smart. It has a lot of stuff. I still am using the regular .NET controller base. I know you could use minimal API. I'm not comfortable using it at the moment, even though all of my calls really are just receive the request and forward it to the server-side service and return 200 OK with the response body being whatever the server responds with, the actual object itself. But you can see where the roles on the attribute up here, I am not using that helper method for app roles, goodness me, user dot full role name is what I would use here, but this is requiring or expecting a const value. So what I could do is string concatenation, or I guess interpolation, and have this be app role dot user, which is constant. And it still doesn't like that. Well, poop. Oh, right. It's because I used name of. That's what it was. So if I use name of, then that's going to be compiled into just user. So I could do it this way for all of them, and it would work. It's just the role prefix here. It would still need to be a magic string. But yeah, Zerg is saying, I still prefer controller base too. Eagle says, so currently my bot makes an announcement with the shout out message and then proceeds to shout out, but shout outs are rate limited. Does it make sense to send a message back to the chat notifying the shouter that the shouted out user is on a cooldown, or should I just swallow the air? The thing that I have been interested in seeing happen is a shout out queue, and I think that StreamerBot, the one that Big Gamey uses, does that. So I think the way that his works, and I do like the way his works, is if you're doing another shout out for someone else, it'll still do the regular shout out, but the fancy pants shout out one, the / shout out command, it'll just queue the next streamer that was to be shouted out into a queue, and then when the cooldown has timed out, when the cooldown is done, then it automatically does the next shout out. But then what if you get raided during that and you want to pay special attention to the raider, so you want to be able to shout out who raids in? So maybe it's not a great idea. Like, it's almost like if someone raids in, that you would want to insert them on the top of the queue so that the next shout out is for the person that just raided in. But then like I'm not a big channel, so I wouldn't have this issue at all. But for bigger channels where there are lots of other streamers that are involved in that channel, it could just be a steady stream of shout out message, shout out message, shout out message, which might not be the intention of the person using it. Oh man, that's a tough one, Eagle. And welcome back, DC Aggie. Putting it in a queue makes sense. I avoided making yet another queue. I made so many already lately. Yeah, I mean, it kind of doesn't make sense. Like, I guess the just because of the way that someone asked this on a previous stream, or maybe it was in Discord, but yeah, it was on yesterday's stream. Having a queue where you're able to indicate if no one has been manually shouted out for X amount of time and there is another person in the queue, then shout out that person from the queue. Unless they've already been shouted out recently. So when you do a / shout out command manually, then it should remove them from the queue if they were in the queue. Ah, too much logic. Too much logic. Professional queue maker here, says Eagle. DC Aggie says, more queues than my Scrabble hand. I play Scrabble FIFO. Well, how about this? Normally put shoutout into FIFO, but for for priority, so like raids push on top. Yeah. I like that one. Q grab flashback, says Zerg. Oh no, we didn't mean to traumatize you. You've had enough of that for the day. Yeah, that's definitely one of the thoughts that we were talking about for sure. But then it's like, if you constantly have a shout out going, people might just start ignoring them and whatever. It's all whatever. But how many channels really do have that issue? Probably a lot. I don't know. Binary trees and linked lists. Eagle says, I do have to say, it is quite rewarding when I finish a queue and it works solid. Yeah, it's gotta be. Gotta be. I don't think that I've written a queue in 16 years. Or used a queue. Well, I don't think that I've used a queue object, data structure, directly for quite some time. I've definitely used things like message queues and stuff, but that's different. Is it though? Is it really? I don't watch any other categories, so I don't know what the actual Twitch culture is like. I know what the software and game dev Twitch culture is like. Maybe some art. Yeah. And what I'm responding to, by the way, is that Eagle said, well, it's mostly the software category that is eager on shouting at each other. Gamers see each other as competition. Interesting. It would be nice if, you know what I'm saying? Let's just lift each other up instead. I'm just saying. Okay, so we were talking about that. I don't remember what exactly we were talking. Oh, because it was in response to the roles. Have you considered putting the roles? So this library here doesn't really know app roles, although it can. Because these really are the only 3 app roles that matter. I guess there is one called map that kind of matters. So this could be an enum, or it could be a, what were your other suggestions for it? A const string. Yeah, they really could. How many places is this referenced? A few. A handful. And then it's going to be even more as we have it implement more of the stored procedures. The thing that I'm just really, really trying to do is get this group of stored procedures right, because if there is an established pattern, then the AI should be able to follow that pattern. Not always the case, but it does have more success in my experience in following the pattern if you give it examples that already exist in your code base. Let's see. DC Aggie says, I get shout out from other gamers, but I tend to frequent smaller, friendlier channels. Yeah, that's really cool. And back to lurking. Zerg says, let's lift each other up instead. Just don't look at my PRs. What is up with this markdown editor? Oh, it's so weird. Okay. So as promised, we're going to ask Copilot to review. The easiest way for me to that I can think of doing that is to light crick on you, open folder, light to crick, open with coach. Word wrap is on. That's what's going on. That is exactly what it is. I'm not used to having it on. I do so for the stream because I zoom in so much that it's like I have to constantly scroll over for things that I wouldn't normally have to scroll over for. But yes, you're exactly right. Okay, so here is Visual Studio Code. As I mentioned, I tend to use Visual Studio Code when using Copilot because it tends to have the latest models. It's been like 2 model updates and I'm already coming to that conclusion. Just jumping to conclusions over here. That's all. Okay, so what we're wanting to do then is to ask it to take a look at Air Services MD, and we're specifically going to compare C# method. Which one was the compare TRN? Compared to STRAC. So I would like to have that class open, and I want to do it in ask mode. One thing that I found has been more beneficial at times is to have it in ask mode, read through its suggestions, and then apply them if they are correct. Otherwise, keep tweaking them until they are correct and then apply them, as opposed to putting it in agent mode, because when you put it in agent mode, it just takes off. It will change files that you're like, that had nothing to do with what we were just now talking about. So yeah, so I only ever have it in agent mode when there are multiple changes that I'm expecting it to make. Okay, so we are wanting it to, I'm going to start a new chat for this. Clean slate. Please compare. Please compare, because the word compare is on the screen, so I have to use it. Compare to STRAC Air method. The compare to STRAC method with the CSP compared to STRAC error stored procedure it is implementing. Make sure all of the functionality is identical. Such that the C# method produces the same behavior, exhibits the same behavior, produces the same. What's the word that I'm looking for here? First, I'm going to read Eagle's message because that'll just help. This madness is my pride and joy. It has been serving me so well, and it does not crash. Downside is that it needs its own database because of the strain put on it. I will click on that in a bit. Let me just get this thing started on reviewing this. So I'm sure you know, on our channel, Fridays are community days, which are the days that you can share and we will look closely at stuff. You're always welcome to share links and such, but I am assuming that if you do share links on non-Friday days, that you're just sharing it for everyone else or anyone that's interested in clicking it and not necessarily expecting it to be clicked on stream. The C# method produces the same results, even if it gets there slightly differently. I want to be here Friday, but I am occupied when you start. That's sad. That is very sad. Okay, I think we're good. I'm just going to run with that. Okay, so I'm going to let that run, and we're going to click on the No Mercy queue. So this is Eagle's pride and joy for queues. I should queue. Job queue. No Mercy queue. Let me see what external packages you have. You're using Castle. I used to use Castle back in the day. I have no idea what it was for, but I remember using Castle and Newtonsoft. And then for your database, you're using Entity Framework Core. So your database is already referencing castle.core. You don't need to reference it in your other project. But that's fine. Newtonsoft is already referenced in your database, and it's a different version than the Newtonsoft that you're referencing in No Mercy queue. But yeah, so SQLite and Entity Framework Core and Upsert. What is Upsert? So you do have, like, is this someone else's library? So when I create crash libraries, which is what my libraries are, I try to reference as few external libraries as possible if I'm intending it to be like an open source project. Yeah. Other than, you know, standard packages like Entity Framework Core and WebAssembly and all that stuff. I like to have every library have their own dependencies. Cool. Do you have, Zerg is asking, do you have a specific reason to use Newtonsoft over JSON Serializer? There are lots of reasons still. There are a lot less reasons than there used to be, but there are still a lot of reasons to use Newtonsoft over system.text.json. Or it's json.net, is that what it's called? So they're still not great with the ability to store the information about the concrete class that's being used when you serialize an object. So if I have one object that has a property that's an interface, for example. I could serialize it in Newtonsoft and say object type naming, something like that. There's some property in Newtonsoft that you can tell it to know what the concrete implementation is. And I don't think that system.text.json has that built in. You still have to write a custom converter in those cases. Abstract classes and interfaces. That's the big one for me because I use a lot of abstract classes and interfaces and generics. But most of the time I will still just try to keep everything in system.text.json. The other big one used to be circular references. So loops that go on forever. It did not handle that for the longest time, but it recently did start handling it. System.text, that is. Using mock. Is there a reason that you have mock in the database project itself? That's odd. So it acts more as a data contract serializer. That makes sense. Allowing interfaces and such. Yeah. YOLO, I guess. Okay, this thing finished, so I'm going to read through this, but Eagle said, I know I don't have to double reference, but I like to have every library to have their own dependencies. And then Eagle said, because it doesn't suck. System.text.json doesn't suck as much anymore. It's getting better. It continues to improve. However, Newtonsoft is still ahead as far as functionality and out-of-the-box features. And it's also the thing that most of us grew up on. It's kind of like the people that used jQuery in the beginning and they did not like vanilla JavaScript. jQuery made everything so much easier. You could just use the syntax for being able to access the document object super easily. Parentheses for selecting using CSS selectors right out of the box. And then they're like, oh, well, it's actually not as performant. Oh, well, it's really heavy to have to ship this with the entire application. So we probably want to just use only the parts of it that we really want. Hey, vanilla JavaScript is actually pretty easy. What is this TypeScript thing? Wow, now it feels like I'm writing real code. Ouch. Ouch. Just kidding. Just kidding. Sorry. And then Eagle said, my queue jobs are fully serialized on dispatch and deserialized in the worker one picked up. Have you ever thought of serializing to blob or to bson and then deserializing? Make it smaller. I think it makes it smaller. I don't know. I've never used bson, so ignore me. Sir, I have one whole test. And then Eagle said, every DTO and DB model has JSON property attributes for converting Pascal to Snake and vice versa. There is an automatic mapping where it doesn't care about the casing for Pascal versus Camel. Oh, but you said snake case. Never mind. Ignore me. Again, ignore me. Zerg says, I kind of skipped over JSON in favor of XML, and because I just encountered it more often for what I had to do, so when there was quite the rave of .NET implementing a JSON serializer, I was like, eh. Yeah, I don't know. I never really got the flat file structure, plain text types of file structures. So I don't know. When JSON came along, it was like, I don't really interact with the JSON so much, but the more I think about it, yes, I do. I use JSON for everything. Even the one of the apps that I use internally here at home, I have a way to just copy JSON that was output from another source and paste it directly into the app into a text field, and then it deserializes it into the object for the form, and then I can make edits to it, and then it updates the JSON. VPH. Can we actually get to it? You know what? This would be a good fun test. Not Angie Dears. Triad sync. No. Triadic. Know your own domain. Dang it. Okay, so this would be an example where I would paste in a partial JSON, something that kind of looks like a vital preset into here. Then it would fill in the rest of the details to make it a full preset for me. So that I can just import that preset into Vital and I would have a synth sound. And that way I'm only tweaking the things that I want to tweak. Bum. So that's an example. Okay. Eagle said, I came from PHP and JavaScript, so I am used to having my JSONs with snake keys. Then, just like your name. Then Eagle said, and to answer your question about question on turning it into a blob, BSON is what I meant, not blob. I have no idea. I'm not a professional and I YOLO most of what I do with trial and error. I am happy that my queue is persistent and I can toss in anything I want to do later. Well, good on you. I'm in support of that. I hope you don't stop. All right. So after comparing the C# method with the original stored procedure, I found several discrepancies that could lead to different results. Here are the key issues. The flag code logic validation. In the stored procedure has logic set flag code import to the first character in the passed in flag code. If the flag code import is null, if the flag code imported does not equal the existing flag code, then do whatever the logic is. This compares the first character of the flag code with the full flag code, which will always return true. Oh my gosh, I can't read this. Unless the flag code is null or one character. Yes. Okay. Yes. The C# implementation incorrectly replicates this logic, but compares air flag first character versus STRAC flag. The statement. I think you turned this into a negative incorrectly. The C# implementation incorrectly replicates this logic, but compares. Like, incorrectly replicates this logic by comparing air flag versus STRAC flag? I don't know. I can't parse this. I can't. Missing null safety and date formatting, that's fine. I'm not super worried about that. Air ID assignment for STRAC only records. When STRAC records aren't found in air data, the stored procedure uses the last processed air ID, while C# uses the first air ID or 0. Here's the corrected implementation. So I want to know what all differences this thing is going to make. Fixed flag code logic. You're gonna do a null check, I guess. And what? Whoa, what? Are we sure about that? Has var date as char 15 in the stored procedure. But if this is a database method doing this, oh man, that one's tough. I don't like this change at all. But this one, yeah, I'm not even sure of. We're gonna have to look at that manually. Zerg says, I always give my students assignments where they have to use both, and then they can decide if they want to use XML or JSON. Any reason is acceptable except one. I don't care if it looks pretty. JSON is so elegant and so easy on the eyes, isn't it? I need to be able to read it. Dang it. No. Negative. All right, well, let's see what this thing looks like. With changes. Okay, so change 1. Last processed error ID. We're going to keep track of the most recently processed error ID. And we're going to update it on every time. And then we changed the, that's one thing that I don't like. We changed the comment and call that a fix or something. All right. Eight string. Because this is a nullable date, dude. This isn't. And that's fine, I guess. If that's just for output and not an actual field, then that's fine. Okay. Then instead of using first error ID, we are going to use the most recent error ID. But where is it even using that? Here. I like the name error ID to use. If a white space indentation declares a new scope, you're sniffing the wrong stuff. Oh dear. DC Aggie says JSON, XML. I'm just glad it's not some indentation white space based BS. Like YML. EML. Okay. I mean, yes, these changes are correct, but what this tells me though is that the logic does not match the actual stored procedure after the effort that was done in this most recent PR. Again. So how do we improve our prompt in the PR or in the issue such that the copilot that is doing the process will in fact analyze the C# method, compare it to the stored procedure, and make sure they are functionally the same? because that's kind of what I said in the original issue. If not exactly what I said in the original issue. Yeah, I think I'm just going to have to do it again. For every single one of these methods, I really don't want to do this again. For every single one of these methods, I need to go through and compare myself. Come on, mouse. The C# method to the stored procedure. And this is why I have the stored procedure as the first comment of the method, so that I can easily jump to it. Jump to it. Dude, I had this side as the focused window panel, whatever. And so, yeah. It's not easy with this one because this one calls into other stored procedures. Do I just abandon this effort in favor of doing the stored procedures myself? I mean, it's 211, I said. Because I don't have the confidence that it is accurately representing the stored procedure with the C# implementation. So like we're getting all of the error data, and we are looping through each one, and we're checking to see if the site ID doesn't match, the site ID for import doesn't match the site ID. Is this really compared to STRAC error? It is. Doesn't match the site ID that we got from this query. So what is this then? It's not getting passed in. So where is that getting populated? Oh. From looping through the list. And where is this getting populated? Oh. Interesting. So we get the site ID from imported error, and we get the site ID from STRAC. Got it. Yeah, and that's one thing that we can do in stored procedures that we can't do with Entity Framework, which is here's database 1, do an inner join on database 2. Table. And at present, we can't do from context 1 join context 2 dot table. All right. Anyway, get all of the error data, get all of the IDs. If there are no IDs, then there's nothing to process, and we're returning true for that. Let's see. While fetch status is 0. While fetch status is 0. That sounds backwards. Fetch again, set ID equals. Yeah, there's a lot more stuff that it does, even if there were no records that it found up here. I don't trust it. I mean, I guess, can we read it like that? So were all of these branches where fetch status is not 0. I would assume this means fetch status would be -1. So we did the query up here. We tried to fetch the first record into this cursor. It didn't fetch anything, so we skip over this entire thing. We unload and deallocate. ID is going to be var ID, which is the last record that we would have fetched. So in this case, ID would be null. And this would insert into this temp table nothing, because XID is something else entirely. Air ID, sample date from TBL imported air with lab and lot. Then we would select XID from temp. Let's say there were no records. So fetch would have given us -1. We skip over that. Nothing actually happens. We clear out the temp table, insert into temp, select from STRAC. Let's say that there were no records, then -1, deallocate. If var count, which wouldn't have gotten set anywhere, is 1, then we count the number of errors. If there were no errors, then we do this. Otherwise, we do nothing. So I guess if we didn't have a single error ID throughout this entire thing, it is possible it wouldn't have done anything. Yeah. Zurich is like, that's a lot of SQL for something that didn't happen. Eagle said, aside from no trailing comma, I find regular JSON very easy to use since all languages natively support it. JSON C is where the C stands for cool. Yeah, I mean, I think XML was intended to be that, the thing that everything understood. Like you could go from XML to any other language, to any other object, but JSON just happened to do it better. And for whatever reason, that's what was adopted. But could you imagine where YAML was the thing that gets adopted? Yeah, so I guess, I mean, this could be fine. This could be fine. So we get all of the TRN data. We get all of the TRN IDs. Again? No, we get the air data and air IDs. Why are we getting TRN data? I don't remember that being a thing. We're only getting air data, right? Air. TBL imported TRN. Wow. Oh my goodness. You know what? You know what? This has probably been wrong since the beginning of time. Everything that we're doing in this process has to do with a different table called TBL imported air. And yet we are telling TBL imported TRN. Yeah, this one is a very interesting feature. We are selecting from TBL imported TRN, which is not the TBL imported air table, and clearing the COC check performed for that lab and lot. Then at the bottom, we are getting the errors that happened during this stored procedure for IDs that are coming from the TBL imported TRN, as opposed to what is actually happening here, where we are adding errors to TBL temp COC errors. That's what all of these add COC errors are. And if we went to that, we'll see that it's adding it to temp COC errors. Add to TBL temp COC errors. TRN ID, which is the one that's getting passed in, but the ID that's getting passed in is the error ID from TBL imported error, which is not correct. Wow. So this entire thing is not even worth converting because it was just wrong to begin with. I really should have started with the record check one, with the regular TBL imported TRN. Why? Goodness me. So anyway, that still tells me that the next effort that happened to this did not... I mean, it maybe did. Gosh, it's still so hard to tell. Because this logic is definitely the logic that we saw down here where it's selecting all of the TRN data. And what is this even doing? We're looking for any errors that are in TBL temp COC errors that have an ID that are from our error data table. And we are deleting them. And then we're updating all of the TRNs, just like it says here, to have an empty COC performed. Then we're getting all of the STRAC data. This is giving me more confidence. Then we are looping through all of the error data records and comparing them to the STRAC records, is my guess. We're querying for more STRAC records. Why are we querying for more STRAC records? Yeah, we're gonna have to look at that very, very close. Why, Miss American Pie? Does my SQL not work? What's the rest of it? I want to know the rest of it. You were doing so well. All right. Anyway, that's going to be it for my time for today. I need to get off because my uncle is supposed to be calling me shortly. And I said that I wanted to end my stream on time for that. My uncle is also a software developer, and he's been doing it for a lot longer than probably all of us combined. My uncle is in his late 60s, if not in his 70s, and he is still doing software development awesomeness. So he's going to call me and we're going to have a conversation. In the meantime, I'm going to be scouring once again through all of these stored procedures to go back and forth between yes, it did, no, it didn't, yes, it did, what the original stored procedure was wrong the whole time. That happens a lot. A lot. So anyway, we're going to raid out. And our raid target is Canny. Just because. But that's going to be it for my time for today. I will be back again tomorrow for Community Day. Community Day starts at 10:30 Mountain Time, which is UTC -6 currently. So if you need that in UTC time, that is 4:30 p.m. If you need that, or 16:30. If you need that in CET, that's 17:30. If you need that in anything else, just type UTC plus whatever or minus whatever into chat, and you'll be able to see what time it is currently in your time zone compared to my time zone. Okay, but that is it for me for today. All videos get posted to YouTube after the stream. And of course, the VODs are available on Twitch for a little while. What else? You can join our Discord if you are so inclined. It's a very quiet Discord. It's not super active, but when you do ask a question, one of two things will happen. You'll either not get a response because everyone is busy or doesn't know the answer, or you will get a good answer, someone being helpful. The thing that won't happen is you getting berated for asking a question. Okay. All right. Ciao for now. Enjoy. See you.